Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the Iron Mountains, where ancient forges burned eternal and the songs of hammers echoed through halls of stone, Prince Grim Ironclad performed his secret ritual. In a chamber hidden behind layers of enchanted rock, shadows danced at his command, swirling around his fingers like liquid darkness. Such magic was forbidden among the dwarves, considered a corruption of their natural affinity for earth and metal. Yet here, in his sanctuary, Grim couldn't deny the power that flowed through his veins, a power that felt as natural to him as breathing. The smooth stone walls suddenly trembled, sending ancient dust cascading from the ceiling. The prince's shadows dissipated as he rushed to the chamber's entrance, his boots echoing against the stone floor. The great warning bells of Ironheart Keep began to toll, their deep resonance shaking the very mountain. Black dragons, whispered an ancient voice in his mind, a memory of his grandfather's teachings. When the mountain trembles and the forges grow cold, the children of shadow have returned. The main hall of Ironheart Keep was chaos incarnate. Dwarven warriors rushed to their posts, their armor gleaming in the light of countless forge fires. Through the massive gates, Grim could see the source of the panic. 3 enormous black dragons circling the mountain peaks, their scales absorbing light like shards of midnight. But it was the figure astride the largest dragon that froze the blood in his veins at being wreathed in shadows so deep they seemed to tear holes in reality itself. The Shadow Lord returns. Came the cry from the battlements. Seal the gates. King Drugan, Grim's father, stood atop the central dais, his war hammer raised high. Stand fast, warriors of Iron Heart. No shadow spawn shall breach these halls while the forges still burn. But as the words left the king's lips, every forge in the great hall suddenly sputtered and died, plunging the chamber into darkness. In that moment of blind panic, Grim felt a familiar pull. The shadows around him whispered of power, of secrets, of destiny. Interesting, came a melodic voice from behind him. You're not what I expected to find in these halls of stone and steel. Grim spun around, his hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his axe. Before him stood an elven woman, her armor gleaming with its own inner light, her eyes sharp with suspicion. The legendary Lightbringer crest adorned her breastplate. Ethel, the witch hunter. Step aside, elf, Grim growled, though his heart raced. Had she sensed his power? This is no place for your kind. I go where darkness dwells, Prince of Shadows, she replied, her hand resting on the hilt of her radiant blade. Though I admit, finding such power in a dwarf prince is unexpected. Before Grim could respond, a deafening roar shook the chamber. The great gates of Ironheart Keep buckled inward, darkness seeping through the cracks like liquid night. The Shadow Lord's voice rolled through the hall like thunder. The age of light draws to a close. Submit, and your people may yet survive what is to come. In that moment, Grim made a choice that would forever alter his destiny. Drawing upon his forbidden power, he commanded the invading shadows to halt, pushing back against the darkness with darkness of his own. The Shadow Lord's assault faltered, if only for a moment. Ethel's blade was instantly at his throat. So the rumors were true. A shadow-touched dwarf, kill me later, Grim growled, sweat beading on his brow as he held back the tide of darkness. Right now, I'm the only thing standing between my people and annihilation." To his surprise, the elf lowered her blade. Perhaps this is what the prophecies spoke of. When shadow fights shadow, and light guides the way, the forge of destiny shall reawaken. The gates shuddered again. Grimm's control began to slip. "Speak plainly, elf. What prophecy?" "There is an ancient forge deep within these mountains," Ethel said quickly, her eyes never leaving the straining gates. "Created by both our peoples in an age-long past. It was said that only the union of light and shadow could awaken its power enough to forge weapons capable of slaying even beings of pure darkness." Another crash, and cracks appeared in the mighty gates. The Shadow Lord's laughter echoed through the hall. "Young prince," the dark being called out, "did you think you were the only one born with the gift? Did you never wonder why your father feared your power so? Ask him about the night his brother disappeared. Ask him about the true heir of Ironheart." Grimm's concentration faltered. "What?" Ethel grabbed his arm. "There's no time. The forge, prince. It's our only hope." Looking around the great hall, Grimm saw his people's fear, his father's shame, and understood at last why he had always been different. But in Ethel's eyes, he saw something new. Not judgment, but possibility. "The forges lie deep," he said, making his decision. "Through the ancient mines, then we go together," she replied, her blade blazing with light. Shadow and light, as it was meant to be, as they raced through the deepening darkness, pursued by dragons' roars and the Shadow Lord's laughter. Grimm felt the weight of prophecy settling upon his shoulders. He was a prince of two natures, caught between shadow and light, between duty and destiny. But for the first time in his life, he didn't feel alone in the darkness. The path to the ancient forge would test them both. Grimm's command of shadow magic growing stronger with each challenge, Ethel's light keeping the worst of the darkness at bay. And as they descended deeper into the heart of the mountain, they began to understand that their meeting was no coincidence. Light and shadow, elf and dwarf, each incomplete without the other. The forge of destiny awaited them in the mountain's heart, its fires cold, its ancient power dormant. But as Grimm's shadows danced with Ethel's light, as ancient magics awakened and prophecies fulfilled themselves, both warrior and prince realized that the greatest battles often forge the strongest alliances. And so began the tale of the Shadow Prince and the Lightbringer, a story of darkness and redemption, of ancient secrets and new beginnings. For in the deepest depths of the Iron Mountains, as black dragons circled and darkness pressed in from all sides, an unlikely pair stood ready to forge a new destiny, not just for themselves, but for all the realms of light and shadow. Story 2. The Crystal Forest had always whispered its secrets to those who knew how to listen. But on this night, as moonlight filtered through the translucent leaves, casting rainbow-hued shadows on the ancient forest floor, the whispers turned to desperate pleas. Lyra Starweaver stood beneath the tallest crystal oak, her silver hair reflecting the ethereal light that pulsed from within the tree's crystalline bark. Her hand trembled as she pressed it against the smooth surface, feeling the weakening heartbeat of magic that had sustained her people for millennia. The sacred crystals, once brilliant beacons of pure energy that maintained harmony throughout the elven kingdoms, were slowly turning obsidian black. One by one, their light dimmed like dying stars, and with each extinction, another piece of the ancient barrier protecting the realm faltered. "Your burden weighs heavily, young one," came a voice like grinding stone. Lyra spun around, her hand instinctively reaching for the moonstone dagger at her belt. There, emerging from the shadows between the crystal trees, stood a figure she had been taught to distrust since childhood. A dwarf. His beard was braided with strips of metal that clinked softly as he moved, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "Master Thorgan Stoneheart," Lyra acknowledged, her voice steadied despite her racing heart. "You're far from your mountains, The dwarf's reputation preceded him in exile from the great forges of Moria, branded a traitor for reasons unknown to the elven kingdoms. The darkness spreading through your crystals affects us all. Guardian, he replied, stepping into a pool of rainbow light. Though your people may wish to believe otherwise, the fate of elf and dwarf has always been intertwined. Lyra's fingers brushed against the Guardian's circlet on her brow, the last remnant of her bloodline's power. She was the last of the Crystal Guardians, a responsibility thrust upon her shoulders when the Shadow Plague claimed her mother's life mere months ago. What could a master of stone and metal know of the crystal heart of our forest? Thorgun's weathered face creased with a sad smile. More than you might think, child. Your mother. She knew the truth of it before Lyra could demand explanation. A bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest. The crystal trees trembled, their light flickering like candles in a storm. From the darkening shadows emerged creatures that hadn't walked the realm since the first age shadowmaws, beast-like manifestations of pure darkness, their eyes gleaming with hungry malevolence. The barrier weakens faster than I feared, Thorgun muttered, drawing a hammer that hummed with its own inner light. Lyra, there's no time for ancient prejudices. The curse that darkens your crystals, it began in our forges, and our pride and ambition, fighting back her shock. Lyra drew her moonstone dagger, its blade catching the crystal light. The shadow maws circled them, their forms rippling like smoke given terrible purpose. What are you saying? The crystals that power your forest? They were forged in the great fires of Moria, a joint creation of dwarf and elf, in an age when our peoples worked as one. But pride and fear tore us apart. The elves took the crystals, the dwarves their forges, and the knowledge of their true nature was lost to time. A shadow maw lunged. Lyra's blade flashed, dispersing the creature into wisps of darkness. But two more took its place. Thorgun's hammer swept in a brilliant arc, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The crystals need both magics to survive the light of the elves and the earth craft of the dwarves. Your mother discovered this truth in ancient scrolls, and that's why she sought me out. Understanding dawned like the first light of dawn. The secret meetings her mother had attended, the mysterious correspondence, the growing tension with the Elven Council, it all led to this moment. The Council claimed the crystal's darkening was a natural cycle, Lyra said, her voice tight with controlled anger. They refused to seek aid beyond our borders, politics and pride. Thorgun spat as they found themselves back to back, surrounded by growing shadows. They would rather see the forest fall than admit their ancestors' mistake. The crystal tree's light continued to fade, and with it, Lyra felt her own strength diminishing. The Guardian's circlet grew cold against her skin. How do we stop it? The forging must be renewed, Thorgun said, his hammer striking another beast into nothingness. But it requires something few would be willing to give: the breaking of old magic to forge new. Lyra's heart thundered in her chest as understanding dawned. The Guardian's circlet, the source of our power over the crystals. I, melted in dwarven fire, reformed with elven light. But the process could kill us both. A shadow maw's claws raked the air, where Lyra's head had been a moment before. The darkness was closing in, and with it, centuries of history hung in the balance. She thought of her mother's sacrifice, of the forest that had nurtured her people for generations, of the weight of responsibility that came with being the last guardian. Then we die trying, she declared, reaching for the circlet with trembling fingers. Better that than watching everything we love fall to shadow. Thorgun's eyes gleamed with approval. Your mother said you'd say that, from within his coat. He drew a small forge hammer, its head glowing with internal fire. This is Heartforge, used in the first forging. She left it in my keeping. For this moment, together, they raised their weapons against the encroaching darkness. The shadow maws pressed closer, their hungry growls filling the air. But in that moment, as elf and dwarf stood together beneath the fading crystal trees, something ancient stirred in the heart of the forest, a memory of unity long forgotten, of powers meant to work as one. Lyra removed the guardian's circlet and held it out to Thorgan. "For the forest," she whispered. "For both our peoples," he responded, raising Heartforge. As the hammer struck the circlet, a blast of pure energy erupted from the point of impact. Light and shadow, earth and air, the magics of two peoples long divided crashed together in a symphony of power. The crystal trees blazed like newborn suns, their light piercing the darkness, burning away the shadow moss like morning mist. When the light faded, where the circlet had been floated a new creation, a crown of crystal and metal, pulsing with the combined power of both ancient races. As Lyra reached for it, she felt not just the familiar song of elven magic, but the deep, resonant power of dwarven craft. "The first step," Thorgan said softly, looking around at the renewed radiance of the crystal forest. Toward healing wounds far older than this curse, Lyra placed the new crown upon her brow, feeling the balanced power flow through her. The crystal trees sang with renewed vigor, their light steady and strong. But more importantly, she saw the truth that had been hidden for so long, that the greatest magic comes not from isolation, but from unity. "My mother knew," she said, watching the rainbow lights dance through the forest canopy. "She knew that sometimes we must break tradition to forge a better future." Thorgan nodded, his weathered face peaceful in the crystalline light. "She knew, as you know now, that true guardianship means protecting not just the forest, but the truth itself, that we are stronger together than we ever were apart." And so began a new chapter in the crystal forest's ancient history, where the wisdom of the elves and the craft of the dwarves once again worked in harmony, their magics intertwined like roots beneath the earth, reaching toward a shared tomorrow. Story 3. Silverweave hung like a dream among the ancient trees, its crystalline spires and moonsilk bridges catching the last rays of sunset. In the highest tower of the suspended city, Aria Moonwhisper stood before the mirror of truth. The twin blades of twilight crossed upon her back. Their presence was both a comfort and a burden. These legendary weapons, forged at the dawn of time to maintain balance between light and shadow, day and night, had chosen her as their bearer. The left blade, Dawn's Kiss, gleamed with the warmth of the morning sun, while its twin, Dusk's Whisper, rippled with the cool shadows of evening. Together, they sang a harmony that kept the realms in balance. But lately, their song had grown discordant, as if mourning a lost voice in their eternal chorus. Aria's reflection wavered in the ancient mirror, and for a moment, she thought she saw another face, one identical to her own, yet somehow wrong. Her twin brother, Asher, had disappeared 5 years ago during the twilight ceremony, when both siblings were meant to take up the sacred blades. Only Aria had emerged from the Temple of Balance that day, with no memory of what had transpired within. A bell tolled across Silverweave, not the melodious chimes that marked the hours, but a deep, warning toll that hadn't been heard in generations. Aria rushed to her balcony, the twin blades humming with tension on her back. In the distance, where the eternal twilight met the edge of the world, a tear had appeared in the fabric of reality itself. Through this rift poured an army unlike any Aria had ever seen, warriors wreathed in shadow, their armor seeming to absorb the very light around them. At their head rode a figure that made her heart stop. Asher, his once silver hair now streaked with darkness, wielding corrupted versions of the twin blades that dripped with liquid shadow. Sisters and brothers of Silverweave. Asher's voice carried across the city like thunder. Too long have we maintained a false balance, denying the true power that lies in darkness. Today, I return to set things right. The Shadow Army surged forward, and Silverweave's defensive enchantments flared to life. But where the light-woven barriers touched Asher's corrupted blades, they dissolved like morning mist. "My lady," a gravelly voice called from behind her. Aria turned to find Grunder Stoneshaper, one of the mysterious dwarf mystics who had long served as advisors to Silverweave's rulers. The time has come to reveal certain truths. What truths? Arya demanded, even as she watched her brother's forces begin their assault on the city's lower levels. What do you know of this? The twin blades were never meant to be separated, Grunder said, his ancient eyes reflecting the chaos below. They were forged by our order, in the days when dwarf and elf worked as one, to maintain not just the balance between light and dark, but between all opposing forces in nature. An explosion of shadow magic rocked the tower, and Arya steadied herself against the railing. Then why were they given to twin bearers? They weren't, Grunder replied grimly. The blades were meant for a single wielder, one who could understand both light and shadow, day and night. The tradition of twin bearers was a corruption of the original purpose, born of fear that too much power in one hand would lead to tyranny. Understanding dawned like the first light of morning. The twilight ceremony. It went wrong because we were never meant to share the blades. Yes, and in that moment of rejection, the shadow aspect of the blades claimed your brother, while the light remained with you. Neither of you received the full truth of their power, and so the balance began to fail. Below, Asher's forces had reached the central plaza. His corrupted blades cut through Silverweave's defenders like darkness through dream. Each fall of his weapons sent ripples through reality itself, widening the rift in the twilight sky. If the rift continues to grow, Grunder warned, it will eventually tear apart the boundary between realms. All will fall to chaos. Arya's hand found the hilt of Dawn's kiss, feeling its warmth pulse in response. How do I stop him? Not stop, save, Grunder corrected. The blades must be reunited, their power channeled through a single bearer who understands both light and shadow. Only then can true balance be restored, and if that fails... The old dwarf's eyes were grave. Then both you and your brother will die, and the blades will seek new bearers in the next age of the world. Arya nodded once, then vaulted over the balcony railing. The twin blades on her back sang as she descended, their power lifting her like wings of light. She landed in the central plaza just as Asher cut down another defender. Brother, she called out, and for a moment, she saw him as he had been young, bright, full of laughter. Sister, he replied, his corrupted blades dripping shadow. Have you come to join me in embracing the true power of darkness? No, she said, drawing her blades. I've come to remind you of who you really are. Their blades met in a clash of light and shadow, day and night, creation and destruction. Where the original and corrupted versions of the twin blades touched, reality itself seemed to shudder. Around them, the battle stilled, all eyes drawn to the dance of the twin wielders. But as they fought, something strange began to happen. With each clash of their blades, memories flooded back of childhood games, shared secrets, the deep bond that only twins could know. And with each memory, the corruption in Asher's blades seemed to falter. You feel it, don't you? Arya called out as their blades locked together. The blades don't want to fight each other. They want to be whole again. The darkness is truth. Asher snarled, but doubt had crept into his voice. No, Arya replied softly. Balance is truth. Light and shadow, day and night. You and I, two halves of the same whole. In that moment, she did something that made both armies gasp. She dropped her weapons. The twin blades of twilight clattered to the crystal plaza, their song falling silent. What are you doing? Asher demanded, his corrupted blades trembling in his hands. Choosing trust over fear, she replied, stepping forward. Choosing love over power. Choosing my brother. For a long moment, the fate of Silverweave hung in the balance. Then slowly, the corruption began to fade from Asher's blades. His hands shook, tears streaming down his face as 5 years of darkness began to lift. Arya, he whispered, his weapons falling from nerveless fingers. What have I done? She caught him as he fell, and around them, the four blades original and corrupted began to glow. They rose into the air, dancing around the twins like stars in motion. Light and shadow intertwined, corruption burned away by truth, until only two blades remained, the original twin blades of twilight, restored to their true form. As brother and sister embraced, the blades descended, laying themselves across both their laps, no longer choosing between them, but choosing them both as a single bearer, two halves of one whole. The rift in the twilight sky began to close, reality knitting itself back together. The shadow army faded like a nightmare at dawn, leaving only the gentle glow of Silverweave's eternal twilight. And in the days that followed, as the twin blades of twilight found their true purpose at last, those who witnessed the battle would speak of how balance was restored not through power or might, but through the simple, unshakable bond between brother and sister. Light and shadow, two halves of the same sacred whole. Story 4. In the depths of Moria, where ancient stones whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, Doran Runeseeker stood before a wall that shouldn't exist. His lantern cast dancing shadows across runes, and like any he had ever seen in his years as a dwarven archaeologist, they seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, sometimes appearing as dwarven script, other times as flowing elvish symbols. The discovery had come by accident, when a minor cave and had revealed this hidden chamber deep beneath the ancient library. Now, surrounded by dust and forgotten knowledge, Doran felt his heart race with the excitement of discovery. He reached out to trace one of the strange runes with his finger. The symbol flared to life at his touch, blazing with an inner light that cast the chamber in shades of azure and gold. Around him, other runes began to awaken, creating a cascade of illumination that revealed the true scope of the chamber, not just a room, but a vast hall stretching into darkness, its walls covered in these hybrid runes that sang with ancient power. "I wouldn't touch any more of those if I were you," came a melodic voice from the shadows. Doran spun around, his hand going to the ceremonial hammer at his belt. A figure stepped into the light, an elf, her silver hair bound with strips of ancient parchment, her robes marked with the sigils of a knowledge keeper. Elara Nightsong, she introduced herself with a slight bow. "Scribe of the Forbidden Archives. And you, Master Dwarf, have just awakened something that has slumbered for 3 ages of the world." Before Doran could respond, a tremor ran through the chamber. The awakened runes pulsed in unison, and in their light, both dwarf and elf watched in horror as the air itself began to tear, reality splitting like parchment to reveal swirling chaos beyond. "The binding runes," Elara whispered, her face pale. "They were never meant to be awakened separately." "Binding what, exactly?" Doran asked, though part of him feared he already knew the answer. Another tremor shook the chamber, stronger this time. In the distance, they could hear the sounds of stone cracking, of ancient structures giving way. Through the tear in reality, something moved, something vast and formless, yet terrifyingly alive. In the first age, Elara explained quickly, pulling ancient scrolls from her robes, when elf and dwarf still worked as one. "Our peoples discovered something sleeping in the depths of the world, a force of pure chaos that predated creation itself. Unable to destroy it, they worked together to bind it, using a magic that combined the earth craft of the dwarves with the celestial arts of the elves. These runes," Doran realized, looking at the glowing symbols with new understanding. "They're not just writing their links in a chain." "Yes, and you've just broken the first link." Elara unrolled one of her scrolls, revealing diagrams that matched the runes on the wall. "The binding must be renewed, but it requires knowledge that was deliberately forgotten, split between our peoples to prevent any one race from tampering with powers beyond their understanding." Another shock wave rocked the chamber, and this time, Doran could hear screams echoing from the upper levels of Moria. "Then we work together," he said firmly, reaching for his archaeologist tools. "Your knowledge, my craft." Elara's eyes met his, measuring. Then she nodded, pulling more scrolls from her robes. The runes must be redrawn in a specific sequence, combining dwarf craft and elven magic. But be warned, this magic was forgotten for a reason. It requires sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? A piece of ourselves. The original binders gave up portions of their memories, their very identities, to fuel the magic. It's why the truth of these runes was lost. Those who created them could no longer remember doing so. Above them, chaos spread through the ancient halls of Moria. The tear in reality widened, and through it came whispers and languages that had never been meant for mortal ears. Doran thought of his family, his years of study, all the precious memories that made him who he was. Then we give what we must, he said, taking out his runic chisel. Where do we begin? Together, they worked against time itself, Elara reading from her forbidden scrolls while Doran carved new runes with desperate precision. Each symbol they completed burned with power, and with each completion, they felt memories slipping away like water through their fingers. The chaos entity grew stronger, its formless mass seeping through the widening tear, bringing with it visions of impossible geometries and colors that had no names. But as it pressed forward, it encountered something unexpected: a dwarf and an elf, working in perfect harmony, their magics intertwining in ways that hadn't been seen since the First Age. The final sequence, Elara called out, her voice strange and distant, as if she were already forgetting who she was. It must be carved and spoken simultaneously. Doran positioned his chisel against the stone, trying to ignore the way his memories of home were fading like morning mist. Together then, scribe of the archives, together, seeker of runes, their voices joined in an ancient tongue that neither of them would remember learning. While Doran's chisel struck true with strength, he would forget possessing. The runes blazed with blinding light, and the chaos entity recoiled as chains of pure magic forged of dwarf craft and elven wisdom began to pull it back from the world of form. In the aftermath, as reality sealed itself and the runes faded to a quiet slumber, Doran found himself standing in a strange chamber, holding tools whose purpose he couldn't quite recall. Beside him stood an elf who seemed both familiar and foreign. "Did we?" he began, then frowned, unsure what he meant to ask. "I think so," the elf replied, looking equally confused. "Though I'm not certain what we did." They looked at each other for a long moment, both aware that something momentous had occurred, both feeling the echoes of a connection that went deeper than memory. Though they couldn't remember why, they knew they had shared something profound, a moment of perfect unity between their peoples, a sacrifice made together for the good of all. The runes on the walls had faded to barely visible marks, their power dormant once more. But now they held not just the binding of chaos, but also the story of two individuals who had given up their memories to renew ancient magics and protect both their peoples. As Doran and Elara emerged from the depths, they knew their discovery would be recorded in the annals of both their races, though perhaps not entirely truthfully. Sometimes they would realize in years to come, the greatest acts of heroism are those that go unremembered, marked only by the quiet knowledge that the world continues to exist, bound together by magics renewed and sacrifices freely given. And in the depths of Moria, the hybrid runes slumbered once more, their power maintained by the forgotten sacrifice of a dwarf and an elf who had chosen to give up their memories to preserve the world they would no longer fully remember saving. Story 5. The eternal gardens of Everbloom stretched endlessly beneath a sky that held 4 seasons at once. Spring rains fell softly in the east, while summer sun blazed in the south. Autumn leaves danced on western winds, and winter's quiet snow drifted down from northern clouds. At the heart of this impossible paradise stood Princess Celeste Seasonborn, her silver hair adorned with flowers that bloomed and withered with each breath she took. The crown of 4 seasons rested upon her brow, its ancient metals shifting like quicksilver between gold, bronze, silver, and crystal as the powers of each season flowed through it. As the last of the season-born line, Celeste alone could hear the whispers of the elemental spirits that maintained the delicate balance of nature. But something was wrong. The spring rains had grown bitter, summer's warmth turned to scorching heat, autumn winds carried the scent of decay, and winter's gentle snow had become razor-sharp ice. One by one, the elemental spirits were falling silent, their ancient songs fading like morning mist. "Your Highness," called a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth itself. Celeste turned to find an ancient dwarf emerging from between the ever-changing trees. His beard was braided with crystals that reflected each season in turn, and his eyes held wisdom that spoke of centuries. "Master Karn Emberforge," Celeste acknowledged, recognizing the legendary prince who had abandoned his throne beneath the mountains to study the forbidden magic of the seasons. "You're far from your forge, the seasons call to all who would listen," he replied, his voice grave. "And what they speak of now is death." As if in response to his words, a patch of summer flowers withered and crumbled to dust at Celeste's feet. She knelt, touching the dead earth with trembling fingers. No spark of life remained, not dormant, not sleeping, but utterly destroyed. "The balance fails," Karn continued, drawing closer. "But this is no natural cycle. Something or someone corrupts the very essence of the seasons." Before Celeste could respond, a cold wind swept through the gardens, carrying with it the sound of ancient horns. The trees parted to reveal a sight that had been impossible for centuries. Thorgrim Frostbird, the legendary dwarf king who had supposedly died defending the Winter Gate 300 years ago. But this was not the noble king of legend. His armor was encrusted with black ice, his beard frozen with rime that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Behind him marched an army of winter, creatures of ice and shadow that should never have existed in Neverbloom's eternal balance. "The time of harmony is over." Thorgrim's voice boomed across the garden, each word forming crystals of black ice in the air. "Too long have we maintained this false balance, when winter's strength should rule all." The crown of 4 seasons flared with power as Celeste stood her ground. "How is this possible? You died defending the realms from the ice plague." "Did I?" Thorgrim's laugh was like breaking glaciers. "Or did I simply learn the truth that your ancestors' precious balance is nothing but a chain, binding powers that were meant to be free?" Karn stepped forward, his forge hammer blazing with inner fire. "It was you," he said, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "The ritual of the first spring, you interrupted it before it could be completed." "The ritual?" Celeste asked, even as she called to the remaining elemental spirits for aid. "A working of profound magic," Karn explained quickly, "begun by both our peoples in an age when dwarf and elf still trusted one another. It was meant to bind the powers of all seasons into harmony. But on the night it was to be completed, our noble king vanished defending the Winter Gate." A new voice finished. From the autumn shadows emerged a figure that made both Celeste and Thorgrim pause. Thorgrim's own son, whom he had banished centuries ago. The truth of Karn's identity struck Celeste like summer lightning. "You sought to complete your father's work," she breathed, looking at Karn with new understanding. "That's why you abandoned your throne to study seasonal magic. The ritual must be completed," Karn said, standing beside Celeste as Thorgrim's army of winter advanced. "But it requires both magics, the elemental craft of the elves and the earth power of the dwarves. More than that, it requires sacrifice." The gardens of Everbloom began to freeze around them as Thorgrim's power grew. The crown of 4 seasons burned cold upon Celeste's brow, its power weakening as more elemental spirits fell silent. "What kind of sacrifice?" she asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "The power of winter grows strongest because it was never properly bound with its siblings," Karn explained. "To complete the ritual, one of royal blood from each line must give up their connection to a single season, becoming its eternal guardian, rather than its master." Understanding dawned like the first light of spring. "You would give up your connection to winter, and you would surrender your bond with summer. Karn finished. Together, we would become guardians rather than rulers, servants to the balance rather than its masters. Thorgrim's laughter boomed across the dying garden. Foolish children. Why surrender power when you could claim it all? But as his army of winter pressed forward, Celeste saw the truth in the shifting colors of her crown. The seasons were never meant to be mastered, only guided. Their power wasn't meant for one being to control, but for all to share an eternal dance. The ritual, she said to Karn. Show me how. Together, they began an ancient magic that hadn't been attempted since the first dawn. Celeste's elven song of the seasons merged with Karn's dwarven runes of earth and stone. The crown of 4 seasons blazed with power as Thorgrim rushed forward to stop them, but he was too late. In a flash of power that illuminated all of Everbloom, Celeste felt her mastery over summer slip away, becoming instead an eternal guardianship. Beside her, Karn's connection to winter transformed in kind. The crown of 4 seasons split into 4 parts, each seeking out its destined guardian. Where Thorgrim's army of winter had stood, morning mist now rose from thawing ground. The ancient king himself remained, but changed. The black ice had melted from his armor, and in his eyes shone understanding and regret. Father, Karn said softly, approaching the transformed king. My son, Thorgrim replied, his voice now carrying the gentle chill of first frost, rather than the bite of eternal winter. I had forgotten the beauty of balance as the gardens of Everbloom bloomed anew around them. Celeste watched the seasons dance across the sky once more, but now she understood them differently. She was no longer their master, but their guardian, part of an eternal dance that would continue long after she was gone. And so the realm of Everbloom entered a new age, where the seasons were guided by those who had chosen to serve rather than rule, and the ancient magics of elf and dwarf worked together once more in eternal harmony. In time, the story of the crown of 4 seasons would be told differently by elves and dwarves, but both versions would speak of the day when a princess and a prince chose to become guardians, and in doing so, saved not just their realm, but the very balance of nature itself. Story 6. In the crystalline spires of Ethoria, where magic flowed through living crystal veins like blood through mortal flesh, Lyra Crystal Weaver stood before her greatest creation and her greatest mistake. The crystal floating between her hands pulsed with an inner light that shouldn't exist, its facets reflecting not just light but possibilities, whispers of other worlds bleeding through its translucent surface. The young craftswoman had spent years perfecting her art in the Crystal Academy, learning to shape and attune the living crystals that powered their realm. But this was different. The crystal hadn't just accepted her magic. It had transformed it, amplified it, evolved it into something that defied the fundamental laws of crystal craft. And it was aware. She could feel its consciousness brushing against her mind, not with words, but with pure concepts, fragments of understanding that seemed to originate from somewhere far beyond their world. The crystal didn't just channel magic. It dreamed it. The peace of her workshop shattered as the crystal's existence sent ripples through the magical ether. Within hours, both the conclave of mages and the mysterious brotherhood of shadows had dispatched their agents. The streets of the Crystal District filled with figures in elaborate robes and others in dark leather, all converging on her location. Her salvation came from an unexpected source. Grim Darkforge appeared like a shadow in her workshop, his dwarven frame incongruous among the delicate crystal formations, but his movements silent as midnight. The infamous bounty hunter's reputation spoke of loyalty only to gold, yet something else flickered in his dark eyes as he studied the conscious crystal. The crystal sings to you, doesn't it? He asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. Like memories of a dream you never had? Before Lyra could respond, the workshop's crystal walls shimmered with warning. The Conclave and Brotherhood had arrived, their magic already beginning to dismantle her protective wards. "There's no time to explain," Grimm said, drawing forth an artifact that looked like a shard of absolute darkness. "But that crystal you've created, it's not just a new form of magic. It's a key to something far larger. And there are forces beyond our world that have been waiting millennia for it to appear. Their escape through the crystalline streets of Ethoria became a dance between shadows and light." Grimm's knowledge of the city's hidden paths proved invaluable, leading them through crystalline maintenance tunnels and across bridges of pure light that connected the floating districts. As they fled, Lyra began to understand more about the crystal's true nature. Each time they passed through a major crystal node, her creation resonated with the city's crystal network, revealing glimpses of other realities' parallel worlds where the laws of magic and physics took different paths. "The multiverse is dying," Grimm explained as they rested in a hidden grotto of singing crystals. "Reality itself is under attack by entities that exist between dimensions. They consume magic, devour entire universes. Your crystal, it's not just conscious. It's a fragment of our world's own consciousness. Awakening to defend itself, the crystal posed an agreement, sharing visions of vast crystalline networks connecting different realities, of ancient guardians who had long since fallen, of a coming darkness that threatened not just their world, but all worlds. Their journey took them to the deepest levels of Ethoria, where the original crystal heart of their world still beat. Here, in chambers untouched for millennia, they found ancient murals depicting a war that spanned dimensions, a conflict between the forces of creation and entities that sought to reduce all reality to primal chaos. But they weren't alone in their discovery. The Brotherhood of Shadows had followed them, led by a figure who seemed to shift between forms like smoke in wind. "The crystal must be destroyed," the Shadow leader declared. "Its power could tear apart the barriers between worlds. The barriers are already falling," Grimm countered, positioning himself between Lyra and the Brotherhood. "They've been failing for centuries. Why do you think the magic in our world has been growing weaker?" The confrontation was interrupted by a tremor that shook the very foundations of Ethoria. Above, the city's crystal networks flared with warning light as reality itself began to crack. Through these cracks, they could see them, the void entities, beings of anti-reality that had been slowly devouring their way through the multiverse. In that moment of crisis, Lyra finally understood her crystal's purpose. It wasn't just a magical amplifier or a conscious entity, it was a catalyst, created by the world itself to awaken others like it. As the void entities began their assault on their reality, she raised the crystal high, allowing its consciousness to merge with the ancient crystal heart of Ethoria. The effect was immediate and stunning. Throughout the city, every crystal, from the smallest shard to the largest spire, awakened to consciousness. The entire crystalline network transformed into a vast, distributed intelligence, the awakened consciousness of their world finally able to defend itself. Grimm's dark shard revealed its true nature, then a piece of another world's consciousness, carried across dimensions by its guardians as they sought allies in their fight against the void. The Brotherhood of Shadows, too, showed their true purpose, not destroyers but preservers, testing each world's worthiness to join the multiversal alliance. Together, Crystal Crafter, Dwarf Wanderer, and Shadow Warriors, they became part of something far greater than themselves. Lyra learned to communicate with other worlds through the crystal network, coordinating defenses across dimensions. Grimm revealed himself as a member of an ancient order of planar travelers, using his knowledge to help forge connections between different realities. The conscious crystal that Lyra had created became the first of many, as she taught others to craft receivers that could tap into the vast network of universal consciousness. Ethoria transformed from a single city of crystal crafters into a nexus point between worlds, a beacon of resistance against the encroaching void. But perhaps the most profound change was in understanding their place in the cosmos. They were not alone in their fight for existence, but part of a vast, crystalline web of conscious worlds each contributing its unique magic and wisdom to the defense of all reality. And at the heart of it all stood Lyra Crystal Weaver, no longer just a craftswoman but a bridge between worlds, her mistake having opened the door to their world's true destiny. For in the end, the greatest magic wasn't in the power to shape crystals or channel energy, but in the ability to awaken consciousness and forge connections across the infinite facets of reality itself. Story 7. The eternal forests of Silverleaf whispered ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen. Marcus Shadowblade, ranger of the Borderlands, had learned their language over decades of patrol. But on this morning, the whispers carried a different tone, one of warning, of endings, of prophecy awakening. Golden sap dripped from the bark of an ancient prophecy tree, its crystalline drops catching the filtered sunlight like drops of amber fire. In 300 years of recorded history, the prophecy trees had wept only twice, once before the Great Purge, and again before the Treaty of the Twin Moons that had finally brought peace between humans and elves. Marcus reached out to touch one of the golden droplets, his weathered fingers trembling slightly. The moment his skin made contact with the sap, visions exploded behind his eyes. Forests consumed by living darkness, trees transformed into writhing shadows, and at the heart of it all, a presence so vast and ancient it defied comprehension. The trees remember what we chose to forget. The voice, musical yet heavy with wisdom, belonged to Lara Dawnwhisper. The elven priestess emerged from between the silver-barked trees like a spirit, her white robes seemingly woven from moonlight itself. You've seen it, haven't you? The coming darkness? Marcus nodded, still shaken by the vision. Black fire that transforms everything it touches into living ash. But why show me? I'm just a ranger. Elara's ancient eyes studied him with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. Because, Marcus Shadowblade, you walk between two worlds, neither fully of the forest, nor fully of the cities of men. And what comes for us? It too exists between states of being. She led him deeper into the forest, past the regular patrol routes to places where the trees grew so ancient and vast that their canopies blocked out the sky entirely. Here, the silver bark of the trees was marked with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. These are not just trees, Elara explained, placing her hand on one of the massive trunks. They are prisons, created by our ancestors to contain something they could not destroy, fragments of a fallen god. The truth emerged like shadows at dawn. Long ago, before the time of written history, a god had walked the realms of mortals. Not a benevolent deity of light or wisdom, but an entity of such power and alien perspective that its mere presence had begun to warp reality. The combined forces of elves, humans, and other races had managed to defeat it, but they could not truly kill a god. Instead, they had split its essence into fragments and imprisoned them within the most ancient and powerful living things. They could find the great trees of what would become the eternal forests. The bleeding of the prophecy tree is no warning, Elara revealed, her voice tight with controlled fear. It is a sign that the prisons are failing. The fragments of divinity are awakening, calling to each other, seeking to reunite, as if in response to her words. A distant sound echoed through the forest, not quite thunder, not quite heartbeat, but something that seemed to reverberate through the very essence of the trees themselves. The runes on the prison trees flared with pale light, straining against some unseen force. But why now? Marcus asked, his hand instinctively going to the enchanted blade at his side. After all these millennia, Elara's expression grew troubled. Because we forgot. Each generation, fewer remembered the true purpose of these forests. We became guardians who didn't know what we were guarding. And in our ignorance, we've allowed the binding magics to weaken. Together, they spent days traveling deeper into the forest's heart, documenting the signs of awakening. Each prison tree they found showed similar symptoms: bleeding sap, flickering runes, and a deep resonance that seemed to pulse in time with that distant cosmic heartbeat. But as they studied the ancient lore, a pattern emerged that challenged everything they had been taught. The runes spoke not of evil or destruction, but of transformation. The fallen god had not sought to destroy the world, but to change it into something new, something that the mortal races of that time had feared and rejected. Our ancestors may have been wrong, Elara admitted one evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of glowing leaves. They saw something they didn't understand and reacted with fear. What if the god wasn't malevolent? What if it was simply different? Their discussion was interrupted by a tremor that shook the entire forest. The prison trees began to pulse with intense light, their runes burning like stellar fire. As Marcus and Elara watched in awe and terror, streams of dark energy began to seep from the trees, coalescing into forms that defied mortal comprehension. The fragments of the god were awakening, and with them came not the destruction they had feared, but understanding. Each fragment carried memories of a time when reality was more fluid, when the boundaries between thought and matter, spirit and flesh, were not so rigidly defined. It never wanted to destroy us, Marcus realized, as the knowledge flooded through him. It wanted to elevate us, to show us possibilities beyond our limited perception. But our ancestors weren't ready. They feared what they couldn't understand. Elara's eyes widened as she too grasped the truth. And now we face the same choice they did. Do we attempt to strengthen the prisons, to continue the cycle of fear, or do we try to understand what they could not? The forest around them had begun to transform, but not into the nightmare they had expected. Where the dark energy touched, things became more vivid, more real, more alive. Trees developed awareness, their thoughts touching the edges of mortal consciousness. The very air seemed to sparkle with possibilities. In that moment of crisis, Marcus and Elara made a different choice than their ancestors. Instead of fighting against the transformation, they opened themselves to it. Drawing upon both elven magic and human adaptability, they began to work with the awakening fragments, helping to guide the transformation rather than resist it. The eternal forests of Silverleaf became something new, a place where reality danced at the edges of mortal understanding, where trees thought and shadows sang, where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual blurred into something beautiful rather than terrible. And at the heart of it all stood a ranger and a priestess, no longer simply guardians of the old ways but shepherds of the new. They had learned what their ancestors could not, that sometimes the greatest wisdom lies not in preserving the past, but in being brave enough to embrace a future we don't fully understand. The god was never fully restored to its original form, but perhaps that had never been its intention. Instead, its fragments remained scattered throughout the forest, no longer imprisoned but integrated, teaching those who were willing to learn about possibilities that existed beyond the edges of conventional reality. And so, the prophecy trees wept not for an ending, but for a transformation, a new chapter in the eternal dance between the ordinary and the divine, between what is and what could be. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the mountain kingdom of Moria, where rivers of molten gold flowed through ancient stone channels and gemstones gleamed like captured stars in vast cavern ceilings, Princess Moira Stoneheart stood before her father's throne with growing horror. King Thorin's left hand, once strong enough to bend mithril, had transformed completely into solid gold. The curse was spreading. The transformation had begun 3 days ago, starting with just his smallest finger. Now, as Moira watched, golden veins crept slowly up his wrist, turning flesh and bone into precious metal. The royal physicians had no cure, and the kingdom's most powerful runesmiths stood helpless before this ancient magic. The dragon's curse, whispered Elder Grimm, his ancient voice echoing through the throne room's crystalline chambers, just as the prophecies warned. When greed outweighs wisdom, gold shall claim its price. Moira's hand tightened around the warhammer at her belt Soulforge, an heirloom that had been passed down through generations of Stoneheart women. Unlike the ornate weapons of the court, it was plain and practical, much like Moira herself. She had always felt more at home in the forges and training grounds than in royal chambers. "There is a cure," Elder Grimm continued, his eyes fixed on the growing gold that was claiming their king. "But it lies within the Forbidden Mountain, in the lair of Oryx, the last of the golden dragons." The chamber erupted in protests. The Forbidden Mountain had been sealed for centuries, ever since the great war between dragons and dwarves. None who ventured there had ever returned. But Moira saw how the gold had reached her father's elbow now, how his proud features were drawn with pain he refused to voice. It was during her preparation to leave that she encountered the stranger in the ancient library. The elf stood out starkly among the stocky forms of the dwarven scholars, tall, graceful, with hair like autumn leaves and eyes that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. She introduced herself as Leafsong, a wandering bard seeking ancient tales. "The journey to the Forbidden Mountain requires more than just strength," the elf said, her voice musical, yet heavy with hidden meaning. "It requires someone who knows the old songs, the magic that binds dragon to dwarf." Moira knew she should be suspicious of an elf in the deep kingdoms, but something in Leafsong's eyes spoke of understanding beyond her years. Despite the protests of her advisors, Moira accepted the bard's offer of companionship. Their journey through the deeper realms of Moria revealed the true scope of their kingdom's glory and its cost. Ancient mining tunnels stretched into darkness, their walls stripped bare of gold and gems. In some places, the very rock seemed sick, as if something had poisoned the heart of the mountain itself. It was Leafsong who first noticed the pattern. "The gold veins," she said, studying the walls. "They're not natural formations. They're more like veins in a living being." As if the mountain itself was slowly turning to gold, their path led them deeper, past forgotten cities and abandoned forges, until they reached the sealed gates of the Forbidden Mountain. The gates bore warnings in ancient dwarven runes, but what caught Moira's attention were the newer marks scratched beneath Elvish script, still sharp despite its age. Leafsong's face grew pale as she read the Elvish words. "These were left by the dragon hunters," she whispered. "My ancestors." Before Moira could question her, the gates shuddered open, responding to some unseen signal. Within, they found not the dragon's lair they expected, but a vast chamber transformed into a museum of gold. Statues of dwarves, elves, and other beings lined the walls, all posed in positions of horror or supplication, all solid gold. And there, coiled among his grim collection, was Oryx himself. The golden dragon's scales shimmered like liquid sunlight, his eyes deep and ancient as the mountain itself. But it was not the monster of legend that Moira had expected. The dragon's form was gaunt, almost skeletal, as if something were consuming him from within. "So," Oryx's voice rumbled through the chamber, "the daughter of Thorin seeks to break the curse." His laugh was bitter. "But which curse, young princess? The one turning your father to gold? Or the one that has poisoned all our realms since the first dwarf learned to transmute stone to precious metal?" The truth emerged like ore from stone. The gold curse wasn't the dragon's vengeance, it was a disease, a magical plague born from the dwarves' own ambition. Their ancient alchemists had discovered the secret of turning stone to gold, but the magic had taken on a life of its own, spreading through the mountain like a cancer. "I am no monster hoarding treasure," Oryx revealed, his voice heavy with centuries of solitude. "I am a quarantine. Every statue here was a victim of the gold curse. I gather them here, contain them, prevent the curse from spreading to the surface realms." Leafsong stepped forward then, throwing back her cloak to reveal ancient runic tattoos that marked her as a dragon hunter. "My ancestors didn't hunt dragons out of hatred," she said. "We hunted those who had been driven mad by the curse, who threatened to spread it to the surface worlds." Moira looked at the statues again, understanding dawning. Each was a story of sacrifice, either victims of the curse or those who had given themselves to contain it. And now her father would join them, unless... There must be a way to stop it, she insisted, gripping Solforge tightly. Not just for my father, but for all our realms. Oryx's ancient eyes studied her carefully. There is a way, he said finally, but the price is heavy. The curse can be broken, but only by undoing the original transmutation magic. All gold created by alchemy would return to stone. Your kingdom's wealth, your power, would be worth nothing if our people turned to statues. Moira finished. She thought of the 6 stones she had seen, the veins of gold spreading like disease through the mountain's heart. Our true wealth was never in gold, but in craft and courage. The ritual required 3 powers combined: the dragon's ancient magic, the elf's binding runes, and the dwarf's connection to stone itself. As Moira struck the mountain's heart with Solforge, as leaf songs sang the binding songs of her people, as Oryx channeled his power through them both, she watched centuries of alchemical gold transform back into honest stone. Throughout Moria, gold turned to granite, treasures became rock. But as the transformation spread, color returned to her father's golden hand. The curse was broken, though the price was the end of an age of dwarven glory built on transmuted gold. But from this ending came a new beginning. The mountain's heart began to heal, and with it came new discoveries: veins of true precious metals, gems untouched by alchemy, and most valuable of all, the renewed spirit of dwarven ingenuity and craftsmanship. Moira would be remembered not as the princess who ended the golden age of Moria, but as the queen who led her people back to their true heritage, not as creators of false gold, but as masters of stone and craft, working in harmony with the mountain's true gifts. And in the deep places, Oryx remained, no longer a lonely guardian, but an ally and teacher, helping forge a new understanding between dragons, dwarves, and elves. For sometimes the greatest treasure isn't what we can turn to gold, but what we choose to keep pure and true. Story 9. Starlight bridges stretched between the floating islands of Aldermere, like silver ribbons in the night sky, their ethereal glow a reminder of the magic that held the shattered realms together. From the highest tower of the Academy of Battle Magic, Kyrian Blackthorn watched a piece of the ancient continent break free and drift upward, another fragment of the world succumbing to the great sundering that had begun centuries ago. The young battle mage's fingers traced the ancient runes etched into his staff, their familiar warmth offering little comfort as he contemplated his mission. The Council of Mages had entrusted him with retrieving the Crown of 4 Seasons, the legendary artifact that could reunite the sundered lands. But to do so, he would have to enter the Crystal Kingdom, where his former mentor, Queen Ravenna, was said to have descended into madness. Time flows differently in the Crystal Kingdom, warned Archmage Valorian, his ancient voice echoing through the chamber. What might be days for you could be centuries within its borders. And Ravenna, he paused, grief clouding his features. She was the greatest of us all. Before the crown's power consumed her, Kyrian remembered Ravenna differently, stern but kind, powerful yet wise. The thought that she had succumbed to madness seemed impossible, yet the evidence was undeniable. The Crystal Kingdom had sealed itself off from the rest of Aldermere, its borders becoming a maze of temporal distortions that drove visitors mad or aged them to dust in moments. His contemplation was interrupted by a whisper of movement silent as shadow, graceful as wind. An elven figure materialized from the darkness, clad in leather armor that seemed to drink in the light. "The Twilight Guild has considered your proposal," the elf said, her voice musical yet sharp as steel. "We will help you infiltrate the Crystal Kingdom." Nightshade was her name, or at least, the only name she offered. Leader of the legendary elven thieves who had mastered the art of walking between moments of time, she was possibly the only one who could guide him through the temporal maze of the Crystal Kingdom. Why would the greatest thieves in Aldermere risk their lives for this? Kyrian asked, studying her carefully. Nightshade's silver eyes reflected the starlight from the windows. Because we've seen what you haven't, Battle Mage. The floating islands aren't just drifting apart, they're being consumed. Something feeds on the very magic that keeps our world aloft. The journey to the Crystal Kingdom began at midnight, crossing starlight bridges that would have been impossible to traverse in daylight. Nightshade led Kyrian through hidden paths between moments, teaching him to recognize the subtle signs of temporal distortion. Time is like a river, she explained, but in the Crystal Kingdom, it's more like a whirlpool. Step wrong, and you'll be caught in currents that could age you a lifetime in a heartbeat. As they approached the crystalline borders of Ravenna's realm, the air itself seemed to splinter, reflecting fragments of different times like shards in a broken mirror. Kyrian caught glimpses of past and future ancient battles, cities yet unbuilt, faces both familiar and strange. The Crystal Palace rose before them, a structure that seemed to exist in multiple moments simultaneously. Through Nightshade's guidance, they slipped through gaps in time, avoiding the crystal guardians that patrolled the corridors. But something was wrong. The palace wasn't filled with the chaos they expected from a Mad Queen's realm. Instead, there was purpose in every temporal distortion, as if each paradox was carefully maintained. They found Queen Ravenna in the crown room, but not as they expected. She stood frozen in a moment, her hands raised in what appeared to be an eternal spell, the crown of 4 seasons floating above her head. Around her, time flowed like water, creating a barrier that kept something at bay, something that lurked at the edges of reality. "She's not mad," Kyrian whispered, understanding dawning in his eyes. "She's fighting something." Nightshade nodded grimly. "The entity that feeds on our world's magic. She's keeping it contained, but the effort is draining the crown's power, and with it, the force that keeps our lands floating. As if in response to their presence, the temporal currents shifted." Ravenna's voice echoed through time itself. "My student, you've finally come." Her words seemed to come from multiple moments at once, overlapping like waves. The crown doesn't unite the lands, it protects them. The sundering wasn't a catastrophe. It was a defense mechanism. When the ancient hunger awakened, our ancestors deliberately shattered the continent, using the crown's power to keep the fragments afloat beyond its reach. The air grew thick with tension as shadows began to seep through the temporal barriers, tendrils of an entity so vast it could only be glimpsed in fragments. Each tendril seemed to drink in the light, the magic, the very essence of reality around it. "I've held it back for centuries in this moment," Ravenna's voice continued, "but the crown's power wanes. You must choose, Kyrian. Take the crown, try to reunite the lands, and give the ancient hunger the feast it desires, or help me maintain this eternal moment, keeping our world forever shattered, but safe." Kyrian looked at the crown, its power calling to him with promises of a reunited world. Then he looked at his mentor, frozen in her eternal battle, and understood the true meaning of sacrifice. With a motion that seemed to cut through time itself, he raised his staff and began to channel his own power into Ravenna's spell. "There's a third choice," he declared, his voice resonating with newfound purpose. "We don't run, and we don't just hold it back. We fight." Nightshade stepped forward, drawing blades that seemed to slice through time itself. "The Twilight Guild stands with you. We've walked between moments for centuries. Perhaps it's time we learn to walk between worlds together." Battle Mage, Thief, and Queen, they began to weave a new spell, not to unite the lands or merely defend them, but to transform the very nature of their shattered world. The crown of 4 seasons became not a tool of unification, but a key to unlock the power of the sundering itself, turning the scattered islands of Aldermere into a vast network of magical bastions. As the ancient hunger raged against their defenses, they discovered that in separation, there was strength. Each floating island became a seal, each starlight bridge a binding chain. The very scattering of their world became its greatest defense, a lesson written in the very magic that had shattered their lands. And so, the shattered realms remained shattered, but now by choice rather than necessity. Kyrian took his place among the new guardians of the realm, teaching others to walk the starlight bridges between moments. Nightshade and her guild became the watchers between worlds. Their skills turned to protecting the barriers between reality and hunger. As for Queen Ravenna, she finally stepped out of her frozen moment, though echoes of her centuries of vigilance had turned her hair to starlight and her eyes to crystal. Together, they became the guardians of a different kind of unity, not of land, but of purpose, protecting a world that had learned that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in coming together, but in standing apart as one. Story 10. The ancient spires of Luminara rose like crystalline fingers reaching for the stars, their surfaces catching the light of 3 moons and fracturing it into 1,000 rainbow patterns. Within the highest tower of the celestial citadel, young Etherwyn pressed her palm against the master crystal, her heart pounding as she sensed what her mentor had feared. The protective barrier that had sheltered their elven realm for millennia was failing. The crystal's song, once a symphony of pure light, now wavered like a dying whisper. As an apprentice crystal guardian, Etherwyn had spent years learning to interpret these subtle vibrations, but nothing in her training had prepared her for this moment. The crystal's surface, typically warm and welcoming to her touch, felt cold and distant, its inner light dimming with each passing hour. "The readings cannot be mistaken," she reported to Arch-Guardian Sylvaner, her violet eyes reflecting the crystal's fading glow. "The resonance patterns show signs of ancient magic stirring beneath the city magic that predates our earliest records." Sylvaner's ancient features hardened as he studied the intricate network of crystals that lined the chamber walls. For 3,000 years, these crystals had maintained a barrier that kept Luminara hidden from the outside world, protecting it from the dark forces that had once threatened to consume all elven kingdoms. "Then the prophecy speaks true," he whispered, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries. The Shadow Mage's curse was not destruction, but preservation. Before Etherwyn could question his cryptic words, a deep rumble shook the tower. Far below, in the ancient catacombs that riddled the earth beneath Luminara, something stirred. The crystals pulsed with an urgent warning, their light flickering like candles in a storm. It was during the emergency council that followed that Etherwyn first encountered Thorgrim Ironheart. The dwarf stood out starkly among the tall, ethereal forms of the elven nobles, stocky, bearded, and dressed in practical leather and steel rather than the flowing robes of the court. The whispers that followed him spoke of exile and disgrace, yet there was something in his eyes that spoke of deep wisdom and barely contained urgency. "Your crystals are failing," Thorgrim announced without preamble, his voice echoing through the grand chamber, "because they were never meant to last eternally. They are not just barriers, they are prisons." The council erupted in outrage, but Etherwyn noticed how Sylvaner remained silent, his ancient eyes fixed on the dwarf with a mix of recognition and fear. Thorgrim continued, undaunted, "I am the last of the Forge speakers, those who worked alongside your ancestors to craft these crystals. What you call the Shadow Mage's curse was actually a desperate measure, agreed upon by both our peoples. The barrier doesn't keep threats out, it keeps something in." As if in response to his words, another tremor shook the citadel. This time, the crystal lights flickered and died completely for several heartbeats before sputtering back to life. In that moment of darkness, everyone heard it, a deep, resonant sound, like the beating of an ancient heart, echoing from the depths below. Over the next days, as the council debated and delayed, Etherwyn found herself working alongside Thorgrim. The dwarf's knowledge of crystal craft was unlike anything she had learned, focusing not on the pure magic of her people, but on the fundamental connection between crystal and stone, earth and sky. Together, they descended into the shadowy underbelly of Luminara, following the increasingly frequent tremors to their source. "Your people remember the Shadow Mages as enemies," Thorgrim explained as they navigated the ancient tunnels, his enchanted hammer providing soft illumination. "But they were actually an alliance of the wisest among both our races." They discovered something sleeping beneath this land, something that predated both elves and dwarves, something that had been waiting since the world was young. The tunnels grew older as they descended, the refined architecture of the elves giving way to rough-hewn passages that seemed to have been melted rather than carved through the rock. The air grew thick with ancient magic, making it difficult to breathe. Finally, they reached a vast chamber that Etherwind's maps had never shown. There, in the heart of the mountain, they found the truth. The chamber walls were lined with crystals larger than any in the citadel above, but these were black as midnight and pulsed with an inner light that seemed to devour illumination rather than create it. In their depths, Etherwind could see movement, vast, shadowy forms that defied comprehension. "The Old Ones," Thorgrim whispered, his voice filled with awe and terror. Beings of such power that they could reshape reality with a thought. The Shadow Mages didn't curse your city, they saved it. These crystals don't just power your barrier, they maintain the sleep of these ancient beings. As the crystals fail, they begin to wake. Etherwind finished, understanding flooding through her with crystal clarity. The barrier that protected Luminara wasn't meant to keep dangers out, it was containing something far worse. The very magic that had kept her people safe was also keeping the rest of the world safe from what lay beneath their feet. But now they faced an impossible choice. The crystals were failing, and with them, the spells of slumber that kept the Old Ones dormant. They could try to reinforce the barrier, but doing so would require channeling so much power that it would drain the life force from the land itself, turning Luminara into a crystal prison for all eternity. Or they could let the barrier fall and face whatever awakened below, not just for their own sake, but for all the realms that would follow. In that moment, as Etherwind stood beside the exiled dwarf master in the depths beneath her ancestral home, she understood why the Shadow Mages had chosen as they did. Sometimes the greatest acts of heroism were not in fighting the darkness, but in standing eternal guard over it. But now, perhaps, it was time for a different kind of courage. She placed her hand on one of the black crystals, and for the first time in her life, she did not try to channel or control its power. Instead, she listened. Beyond the ancient hunger, beyond the stirring of beings older than time, she felt something else, a rhythm, a pattern, a possibility that neither the Shadow Mages nor their predecessors had considered. "We don't have to choose between eternal imprisonment and destruction," she said finally, turning to Thorgrim with determination burning in her eyes. "The Old Ones are part of this world, as much as we are. Perhaps the solution isn't to imprison them or fight them, but to find a way to wake them gradually, to help them remember what it means to share this world, rather than dominate it." Thorgrim studied her for a long moment before a slow smile spread beneath his beard. "Now that," he said, "sounds like a tale worth telling." Together, they began their work, not to reinforce the ancient barriers, but to transform them into bridges between past and present, power and wisdom, fear and understanding. And so began a new chapter in the history of Luminara, one that would be told for generations to come, not as a story of darkness imprisoned, but as a tale of light finding its way through the deepest shadows. Guided by the unlikely partnership of an elven crystal guardian and a dwarven forge speaker who dared to imagine a different kind of ending to an ancient tale,